prior to the start of the public meeting, came over and handed me a certificate of appreciation indicating how she would just give it to me so she wouldn't have to mail it. It was done pre-meeting with no recognition from this body once again. And as I said, that invoked anger more than hurt, because the administrator knows that I come to nearly every commission meeting. It's my job to do so. So she could have easily included me in one of the many thank you ceremonies for which she and her staff pat themselves on the back each and every week. That is, until I realized that the scores of people who have thanked me over the past month are the ones who matter. They, the citizens of Jefferson County, are the ones I worked for in my 21 years on the Parks Board. It was not for any of you here, most of whom don't know me or what I have or have not done for my community. And that makes me realize that your insincere certificate that didn't matter enough for you to even bring forth in public, as you stress is now your practice, isn't worth the paper it's printed on. And as I said, I don't need it. The people who really matter have come out in droves to offer thanks and encouragement to me and to apologize for the poor treatment shown to me by our alleged county leaders. And so I wanted to just share that with anyone who thinks they want to serve on a board appointed by this group, who today may want and need your services, but tomorrow will throw you to the wind. As for me, I will continue to serve my community, Lord willing, long after all of you are no longer in these seats. And as for your certificate, if it's not worth presenting publicly, it's not worth me taking it.
Next, we have Jackie Miller.
Jacqueline Milliron, Harper's Ferry. On EMS, on page 85 of the packet for this meeting, the sheriff's proposition to put a new EMS station in Kearneysville is strictly for new growth. It is a shame that this proposed site strictly is for new growth that came at the expense of removing the long-established resources which intentionally created underserved areas with monstrous wait times in the rural residential zones of the Blue Ridge and Bakerton. Has the JCC even asked the stations about response times? I don't see any report from the actual fire station chiefs about real data. I can assure you that the response times for 3 underserved areas is not 10 minutes. Was this plan all along to pull the resources from existing resident taxpayers to create a public safety center with a station and still charge the same fee for less service to those residents? And is the reason for the JCC, is this the reason for the JCC needed an FDID from the state? Why couldn't you just let the rural residential communities continue to remote volunteer EMS? Let me be clear, I am not against a public safety center, but let me ask you, if your grandmother, a lifelong taxpayer of Jefferson who lives on the Blue Ridge or Bakerton, who once had EMS services, would you think it is okay to sell her chances of survival for new growth? I wonder if this commission will take this information and throw it out like it did the impact fee study. The leadership under the public safety transition must be questioned for its lack of due diligence in making new growth pay for new growth. The leadership seems to be okay with sacrificing public safety on certain members for the benefit of others. Sitting here at this table, I can only hope one day your decisions come home to roost to you. The budget revision. On page 190 of the packet for this meeting, there is what appears to be a large budget revision. My question is, unlike page 191, where the net revisions are accountable, the net revision seems to be off. I am not an accountant, but on the column in the column that adds up to the net expenditure increase of $310,539 and not $2,016,577. Draft comp plan. I am providing you today with a copy of my August 1st public comment and a copy of my public comment that was delivered on August 27th public hearing for the Jefferson County Planning Commission regarding the draft 2045 comprehensive plan. The plan does not represent an update of the 2035 plan, but rather a completely new plan which leans heavy to development rights without responsibilities to individual assets and the community living. Goal 1 negates all other goals whereby it shows unilateral intent to change ordinances via text amendments. It sets up the community to incur many legal battles.
Next, we have David Taft.
David Tabb, Harpers Ferry, lifelong resident taxpayer. I concur with the previous speakers. It is really sad that you people can't respect other people. It's just sad. So my public comment for this morning, excuse me. It's a time of year to steal and destroy public signs, public political signs. I consider the theft and destruction of my campaign signs as a badge of honor. The highway department's already eaten up 2 of them. The 2024 ballot is not immune to this same tactic. Stolper, Tabb, and Maggi, along with Matt Harvey, Cochran, Judge Hammer, together removed Jackson and Kraus from their elected seats. Mac Warner, Secretary of State, Morrissey, Attorney General, the Intermediate Court of Appeals, the West Virginia Supreme Court have their fingerprints all over Jackson's and Kraus's removal that put their seat on the ballot. Imagine that. There's one more part to the puzzle. I was sued by the previous Mountain Party chair that includes all the same players above. All the cases are currently on appeal in the Intermediate Court, West Virginia Supreme Court, the U.S. Fourth Circuit, and the U.S. Supreme Court. One would hope, while the appeals of Jackson's and Kraus, to include my case, have not been finalized, that the 2024 West Virginia general ballot should not have Jackson's and Kraus's seats, or Lincoln Looper for governor, or Jill Stein for president on the current ballot. Well, we are in West Virginia, and Stolper is the grand master of one's violation of constitutional rights. We all know why Stolper's doing this, but why has Jane Tabb and Maggi been promised? It appears ballot tampering and interference is alive and well. Your vote can make a difference. Make sure you know what that difference will be. It's hard to be safe with this current county commission. And I don't think prayers are going to bring it back. It's really sad. So thanks for letting me speak. It's heartfelt, but you guys need to change something. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you. Next, we have Vicky Gale.
Good morning. I'm here to speak of Jody Robinson and the Harpers Ferry, Bolivar Harpers Ferry Library Board. So, and I'm here, I'm currently the secretary for the Harpers Ferry Library Board, and I have served since 2017. And I'm here on my own I don't represent the library or the board. And just to report what my experiences are in serving with Jody. Amanda is also in the running, and I knew that she was, but I didn't know which Amanda it was. And she's also a very lovely person and very involved with the library. So I just wanted to say that I'm just here to report what I experienced. Jody was, well, she's a lifelong member of the community, and she's very involved with the library. She knows everybody, and so she brought to the board a lot of insight and energy and passion and commitment. And she, I would say that the thing that was probably the strongest point was her availability, because it's a small library. Their resources are, of course, just like everywhere, limited. So she was willing to pitch in. I mean, a lot of times we, as members of the board, are called on to fill in, volunteer, do research on our own time. So anyway, she was a big asset, I feel. And I think Amanda is a lovely person, and I don't envy you having to make that decision because they're both really lovely people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Colin Stein.
I'm improving. I'm getting here faster than I was before. So my name is Colin Stein. I live on Flowing Springs Road outside Shepherdstown. I have a farm. I'm delighted to see on the agenda, or at least the agenda that was sent out at one point, a discussion of a new water survey that was brought up by Jane Tabb. Thank you for doing that. Mary Sell has been working to obtain money from the U.S. Geological Survey and working with Mark Kozar at USGA. He wants to do the survey and thinks that it's long overdue. I strongly support a new survey. However, I want to be sure that the analysis of the samples is updated, right? We can do the survey that we could have done in 1945. That's what Mark is proposing. But what we need to do is to upgrade the analysis of the samples to include liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. What that method does is allow you to test for compounds that you don't know are there, right? That's actually very important. Not only should they as liquid chromatography mass spectrometry be performed on all the samples, all the peaks that are above background must be identified. We have new industries in Jefferson County that beyond farming and people living in houses. And the new industries means that there are new compounds that are potentially in the water. Aluminum has already been identified in the water. The aluminum in the water was at high enough concentration to cause weight loss in cattle. That would be my cattle. That would be my income that you're talking about. Formaldehyde is a known compound that's used by rock wool. Formaldehyde cross-links molecules, right? That's why they use it, is because that's how they get the spun rock to hold together so that it works as an insulator. Formaldehyde has now a basic structure is carbon double bonded to oxygen, and then the carbon has two hydrogens on it. The two hydrogens are what are easily replaced. When you're,
If you could finish up your sentence, thank you.
when you're looking at cross-linking, that's what you want. If the two hydrogens are replaced by two chlorines, you get phosgene. Phosgene is a deadly toxin. Phosgene is better known as it was used in World War I as mustard gas. Clearly, nobody produces that, but if it is inadvertently produced and in our water supply, we need to know.
Thank you.
That's it.
Do we have anybody online? Then,
I'm was requested by a citizen to make public comment for him. He did not want to attend the meeting. It's Mr. Donald Saravallo.
Saravallo.
Saravallo
Yeah, there you go.
of Charlestown. So I'll read his public comment. I have a special place in my heart for the farms. The following will explain. My father moved to Jefferson County in 1945 and was hired as a farmhand on Bessie Lloyd's dairy farm. I was raised on that farm. It went out of business in the late 1950s. My father then went to work on the farm next door, owned by Holland Randolph. This farm had beef cattle, apple and peach orchards, and swine. I worked on the Randolph farms on days off from school. I also worked during the summer days on 2 other farms, both in the Cabletown area. The Charles Mathias farm, which was run by Joe Brooks and his family, and the other farm by Mrs. Roderick. I stayed with the Brooks family and the Elmer Getz family all summer in order to make money so I could buy clothes, shoes, school books, and also to help my mom and dad. I was treated with so much respect and care. I shall never forget any of them. Before panels are put on farms, we need to consider the environmental impact to our underground water supply and the harmful radiation to people and animals. Experts say there is no harm, but people won't know what harm has been done for a period of 20 to 30 years later. What about Agent Orange sprayed in Vietnam? Experts said no harm. We all know how that turned out. I understand farmers say they need more money to run the farm. I understand that profits are limited because there are so many things that can happen to cut into their profits. Low profits and a way of life has been in this area for many years, but we live in a different age and time. I have seen a lot of farms and orchards sold and homes built on them. Jefferson County is now known as a bedroom community for people moving here from Maryland and Virginia and commuting back and forth for their employment. We all know that the offspring from farm families are not going to take over the farms. I would rather see the farmer sell his farm to a corporation and build homes on it, sell lots from 5 to 10 acres. The farmer would get a nice price for his farm, enough to live the rest of his life, and when gone, the offspring inherits the rest. A lot of farmland would be preserved. If anybody who is a lot smarter than me can come up with a better idea to help the farmers instead of putting panels on their farms, more power to you. I understand that data centers in Virginia need more power to run their operations. If this is true, then I have advice for them. Get the farmers in Virginia to put panels on their farms, or find another way to get the power they need and leave our farmers in Jefferson County alone. What's in it for Jefferson County other than an eyesore? Very few jobs will be added. And what about the tax structure? People who own real estate close to the panels are going to take a hard hit on the value of their property. There goes less taxes for the county. No one will buy their property and look out their windows and see a bunch of black panels on the farms. I worked for 3M Company in Middleway and retired from there after 34 years of service. This company had signs posted in many areas that said, quote, "Do the right thing." Let's do the right thing and put this issue on the ballot to be voted on by Jefferson County residents. Jefferson County is full of history. It could very well be the most historical county in West Virginia of the 55 counties. We dodged 2 bullets in the past. The first was during World War II.
You can finish.
All right.
That's okay.
Just a little bit more. President Roosevelt had picked 3 areas for an ammo dump. Jefferson County was number 1. People protested against it and he changed his mind and went to the number 2 pick, Letterkenny, Pennsylvania. The second was when engineers got together and decided to dam up the Shenandoah River above Millville and flood the valley to supply water to the city when needed. People protested and they changed their mind. The engineers went to Cumberland, Maryland and put in 3 reservoirs from there to dam number 4 on the Potomac River to supply water to the city as needed. Let's stop the solar panels on the farms and make it number 3 bullet dodge. Mr. Saravella.
Do we have anybody online? Okay.
You're self-muted if you'd like to make public comment. Please unmute.
Is that Christine Marshall? Okay. If she can unmute, we don't hear you, Christine. Nothing? If for some reason she can get unmuted, just let me know and we'll come back to her. That's not a problem.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you. My
Oh, we can
comment,
hear you now.
okay, thank you. My mic was,
You're very faint, ma'am.
okay. What I'd like to say is briefly that I don't believe that the county commission should vote on the comprehensive draft plan for 2045 until a new county commission is seated after the elections. This comprehensive plan needs a great deal of discussion and careful examination as it as my observation sees that it effectively undoes zoning by creating by right development. Please table voting on the comprehensive plan until after the election. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 1, Angie Banks.
Good morning.
Morning.
I do believe you have a list of the exonerations in front of you, and if you would like to go over them, look over them, if you want me to read them, I will. It's up to you.
No, that's fine. I'll go ahead and move a motion to approve the exonerations as presented on the list from our assessor.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to commission presentations. Number 2, years of service awards. Wendy?
Receipt for your office. Okay, so from the clerk's office, we have Ashton Reynolds with 15 years of service. We have Becky Chalk with 15 years of service. We have Dee Davis with 5 years of service. We have Angel Stickle with 1 year of service. And that's from the clerk's office. And they're not here.
Circuit.
From the circuit clerk's office. Then we have Lynn Costello with 35 years of service, making her one of the longest serving employees in all of Jefferson. We have Tyler Amick with 5 years of service, and he isn't able to come tonight. But then we also have Chance, and is it phone? Jamie, come on up. 1 year of service.
All
So we
right.
have some of the youngest and most seasoned here.
Thank
So
you.
come on up. We're gonna grab a quick picture. We're gonna do just 2 more and we'll get you all in here. And so we have Mr. Sell, if you'll come up. He's receiving, we have an exemplary constituent award, and that's for Mr. Spell. And that's, you may know of the National Night Out that the Sheriff's Office does. It was fantastic coordinating police and law enforcement across the county. He helped organize that. He spearheaded it. And then also the Jefferson County Fair events are also organized by Mr. Sell. And this was a recommendation by the Sheriff's Office. So thank you so much. Handed out once a quarter. And then we have Miss Alex Beaulieu. You'll come up. We have outstanding professionalism. And Alex is leaving us after, it's like 11 and a half years. And she is known to be an outstanding zoning administrator. We have a planning commission member over here.
She's the best.
She's the best. And you'll hear it from everyone, from staff to new commissioners to people from the community, that zoning can feel very esoteric and can be hard to understand. And Alex has a way of breaking it down clearly, concisely, quickly, and explaining zoning, which is really amazing. So if I could have all of you over here, and we would also have anyone else in the sheriff's office? Nope. Mike, you gotta come up here with your staff. So let me give you this one here. You're gonna, yeah. This one's for you, Mom.
Miss you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, so everyone looking right over here at us. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, next we're going to move on to agenda item number 3, consideration of the Jefferson District seat appointment, discussion, possible action. Looking at the list, I think we had 4 people that actually qualify that applied, meaning that they had to be in the Mountain Party, signed up as a Mountain Party registered voter 60 days, I believe, prior to the, from May 1st, I believe. I think those names were Danny Chido, Todd Cotgrave, David Tabb, and Danny Lutz. With the commission, what's the pleasure of the commission? Would you all want to interview these candidates, the ones that are here? If we can, if that's okay.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll start off with Mr. David Tappan. Jane, are you staying or?
She can stay. There's no reason why she can't.
I don't know.
I will listen.
Okay.
I'm David Tabb, Jefferson County lifelong resident. And what would y'all like to know that you haven't already heard?
How about why you want to be a county commissioner? How about that?
Well, I believe that there needs to be some guidance. I've been coming before this county commission for over 20 years. I have been to more meetings, county commission meetings, than all of y'all combined. And I used to come every week. And I actually applied that when you went to 3 minutes and you cut it back to twice a month, that I should get 6, because that's what I'm accustomed to. And to be accustomed to something that our forefathers have brought forth should be honored. And I'm not seeing that. I've been in this county involved in paying taxes since I was 5 years old. Because when you own cattle, you had to pay taxes. I've been paying taxes for a long time. I've been an employer in 3 different states. I help people every day. And I extend my hand and offer assistance to those who want to help themselves. The county residents have been left out of the process of what the county operations are supposed to be. The county commission are supposed to assist and operate the county on a day-to-day basis, not change the outlook for the next 100 or 200 years. 3 to 5 people should not have that say. It should go to the people as a referendum, as it used to, that when something came up, then it was brought forth to the public to make that decision. You have to keep in mind, it is their money, not yours. And our taxes have gone out the roof. People cannot afford to be here anymore. You put in the Homestead Act some 25 years ago at $20,000 to come off the taxes. It hasn't changed. Why not? The taxes have. You're running people out of here. We are at 2.53% multiplier on our assessments. It's supposed to be balanced and equal across all counties. I have challenged the taxation and the assessments for over 20 years. And I have been penalized for that. And this commission, one of them still here, put sanctions on me while I was appealing a tax structure, which should never have been allowed. But they still use that against me every day, but yet I'm not supposed to go into a courtroom, but they allow me to go in when they try to hurt me. So I believe that I have the experience, the knowledge, the compassion to be a county commissioner that helps everyone, not just a few individuals. I think I've proven that over the time that I've written. And I apologize to the public that I used to make my public comments as verbal. But now the ones that are written actually gets put in the archives with all the other meeting structures. And Commissioner Maggi has pointed that out, that in some of the minutes, it's been just too casual of writings of what has happened in this commission, that 100 years from now, that one can actually understand what happened and what was done and not have to go back to read the agenda to find out what actually happened. I believe we can still all work together. We are neighbors. But if you have alternative structure, it should not be forced on the public at large. They should have an opportunity to come before this commission, ask for it to be voted on, and allow the community at large to make that decision. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you. I had one.
You go ahead.
Yeah.
Could you tell us your view of the Mountain Party platform and how you would apply it if you were on the commission?
One word: constitutional.
All right. Any further questions?
The current challenge right now of the Mountain Party is, and I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but the mission statement, which I carry with me, is constitutional. Actually, I have my 14th submission to the U.S. Supreme Court, which everything that goes to the U.S. Supreme Court has to be constitutional to even be accepted, and all of them have been accepted. The other fascist that seems to have been able to take over something that they shouldn't have is a socialist platform. I don't have a problem with people wanting to change things, but they shouldn't take it at the expense of others that have been doing this for 22 years and then get a court to come in and do some frivolous paperwork, which I and Mr. Lutz that's in here right now were brought to task in this county in front of Judge Hammer. And we're charged with something that we don't know what we were charged with. In other words, there was no tort. And then they wanted to fine us money, charge us money for that, but they never put the amount that they were supposed to charge for. We had a jury trial procedure on the case, and none of it was followed. We never had a hearing. We were supposed to. We never had a trial, and we were supposed to be in front of a jury. And instead, the court ruled that this other person had the chair. And then the Secretary of State and the Attorney General, and now the West Virginia Supreme Court, to which they have not responded yet, are trying to take over something that we had a convention, and now those people are not allowed to be on the ballot, but the other people are. So constitutional and is my structure. And I was taught at a very young age by the most important person I think West Virginia has ever seen and knew of and was with us. He's no longer now. Senator Robert Byrd. I don't know when I didn't know him. And he came to our house frequently. And I miss him. So hopefully that answers
Thank you.
your question.
Any further questions?
I had a couple questions, but he answered it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your interview.
And I do appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you.
We may see things different, but that doesn't mean we still can't work together. Thank you.
The other applicant that I see that's in the room is Danny Lutz. And Jessica, if you could check to see if Todd Cotgrave or Danny Chautel is online, I appreciate it.
And Daniel Lutz, Cabletown District, also lifelong resident of Jefferson County, U.S. Air Force commissioned officer. And to paraphrase my colleague, David Tabb, what would you like to hear that you haven't already heard?
Why would you like to be a county commissioner?
Okay, I'll use this item on the agenda as an example of something I'd like to see changed, whether I'm on the commission or not. You are not observing parliamentary procedure. When you open this item for agenda, on the agenda for discussion, the chair should have, or someone should have made a motion to the effect of, I move that we take steps to fill the Shepherdstown Commission position, and get a second. Put it on the floor. Then you have something to discuss that can be recorded in the minutes. That's the proper way to do it. Some of you learned that in FFA, or should have. I know Ed Stewart taught parliamentary procedure to the nth degree, because everybody who was on the Parley Pro team had to be able to recite the hierarchy of motions. Also, like with Mr. Upson, he too holds a Navy commission. I think you were an aviator, weren't you? Yes, so was I. I don't think any members of the commission have the connection, at least the same connections as I have, because tomorrow I'll be attending the program board meeting for the Satellite 2025 conference in Washington, which will be held next March. I've been a participant. I think I've been preempted. Not that I was surprised. I've been on that board for 2 years and participating in the conference longer than that. And what that is, for those not familiar, because I've mentioned it to this board before, Satellite 2025 is 500 to 600 of the world's largest research, aerospace, rocketry, engineering, and electronics firms on the planet. And it also involves military. It's really interesting to watch as especially the Chinese and the US military, they go table hopping from table to table. They ask a lot of questions, but boy, they don't answer very many. Kind of reminds me of this body. So I had that experience. I would also like to see the commission, you have approved just on the stroke of a pen to almost $2 million worth of manual checks. I'd like to see more public accounting for that. What in the world is $2 million every 4 weeks going for? I think some of us would like, besides me, would like to know. So at any rate, those are the things that I would like to see to help to affect if I was a county commissioner. And now I'll close with this. Seeing that Mr. Tabb and I share many of the same views, I'm going to demur my request to be on this, up for this appointment to the commission in favor of Mr. Tabb, and I hope you will consider that. Because with Mr. Tabb, I would still have an avenue to share the experiences that I have and my connections, if they're worthwhile. And we won't even go into the comprehensive plan of 1945.
Thank you. Do we have anybody, Danny or Todd online, did you see? No,
Hear my name taken in anywhere?
I'm sorry. Oh, no, Danny Chido.
Oh.
Sorry. Different, another Danny. No, okay. All right, the other two qualified candidates are not here. I know Todd did, he did interview before.
Hi, Steve.
Yes, sir.
I want to know why my application was not considered. I am in the Mountain Party.
You had to be in the Mountain Party 60 days prior to the.
I understand that, but that's a way to keep new residents out. I think that's an inappropriate criteria to use.
Well, I
Right?
don't.
I have lived in the county
Mhm.
for over a year now.
Mhm.
Now, I was moving last fall, and I have since the new year gotten my driver's license, moved my car over. All these things are. Getting my driver's license was easy. Moving the car over was a long bureaucratic process.
Well,
Commissioner?
And
yes, ma'am. So hold on, Mr. Stein.
So within the packet, I gave you a rubric of all the people who had applied, both new and those who originally applied. I contacted the clerk's office and before that, and this is the county clerk's office, and also contacted the Secretary of State when there was a short time that you were sick, Nikki. So contacted the Secretary of State and found out on 3/1 what people were registered for, because I understand, and I'm deferring to Nathan on that is the legal requirement on 3/1, and then consistently since 3/1 what party has been registered. So in the packet, you'll see that there are 4 people who applied either in this last go round or in May that were registered as a Mountain Party on 3/1 and continue to be registered within the Mountain Party now.
And yeah, so what I was going
And
to say,
Mr. Stein is not.
Mr. Stein, is we don't write state code. We have to follow the law, and that's the law.
well,
And so you were not registered in the Mountain Party prior to 3/1. So sorry. I mean, we just have to follow the law. All right.
Steve, if you follow the law,
Sir, you're out of order.
I know I'm
Yeah,
out of order.
You're out of order, sir. Sir, I'm going to ask you
I'm gonna
to
ask
sit down.
you to follow the
Sir,
law too. and
you're out of
resign.
You're out of order, sir.
No problem. Good seeing you. Yes, you are. Good.
All right. So we have 4 qualified applicants. Commissioner Tabb, are you voting, or I know you said you were going to stick around for the interviews?
It will depend on who is nominated. If
Okay.
there might be a conflict if there's one name nominated, and I will recuse myself if so.
Okay, all right. Well, I will now open up the floor for nominations. If anybody wants to nominate a name, please shout out a name.
I'd like to nominate David Tabb.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I'll nominate Daniel Lutz.
Daniel Lutz. All right, I was going to nominate Todd Cotgrove. And Commissioner Tabb.
I'm going to recuse myself because I am related to Mr. Tabb by marriage, so when you vote, don't. There
Okay.
is the appearance of a conflict.
I understood. All right. All right, I'll wait till Ms. Tabb leaves the room. By showing of hands, in favor of David Tabb, please raise your hand. One. All in favor of Dan Lutz, please raise your hand. One. And Todd Cotgrove, raise your hand. I'll raise my hand for Todd. Appears that we have a tie. If that's the case, I know this has happened before in the past, so it'll go to the executive Mountain Party Exec Committee to provide 3 names. Thank you all for your interview. Do appreciate it. We'll move on to agenda item number 4. If somebody could have Ms. Tapp come back in, I appreciate it. Agenda item number 4 is Nikki Painter elections. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe the lists were provided at your table. They were not included in the packet. We did not receive them until Friday, well past the deadline. While I got my request in, we gave the executive committees a little bit more time to get their list in. And we did not get them until Friday past the deadline. So the only list that was included is the alternate list that's in the packet. However, you all have a list from the Republican Executive Committee and the Democratic Executive Committee. Those are the lists as we receive them, how they were nominated by the executive committees, including the Republican list has several alternates listed. The alternate list that was included in your packet are a list of people that have either contacted our office or applied to be a poll worker on the Secretary of State's website. They have a portal that people can enter their name in, and it gets sent to us as those interested in being a poll worker.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Do we have a deadline for action on this?
We do. And
Okay,
basically,
when is that?
The 17th, I believe. And basically what the commission is a formality vote because it's the executive committees. It's their responsibility to nominate the poll workers. And you all vote to accept their nominations.
Thank you. Do we have another meeting before the 17th? I don't think we do. No. Okay, because I got some comments from the public. I understand that we didn't have information. I got some comments from the public about missing information. There was concern raised. I was interested in tabling until the next meeting so that we could have that information presented to the public in the packet. But if it's going to miss the deadline, I don't think that's a good idea. So
also we have poll worker training set to start the beginning of October. So if you wait until the end of September, that doesn't give people very much time to set up their training and do their scheduling.
And I think the confusion was on our list. You gave us a list that probably clarified the questions that I had to. And they wanted to make sure, see how they're broken down in parties. So I think you provided this list this morning certainly is a list that's going to clarify everything. That the questions, the same questions that I heard from you.
Great. Can we get that up on the internet?
Sure. I did give it to the commission office for the record, so it'll be part of the record.
Okay, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll move to approve the poll worker and alternative list as submitted by Nikki Painter.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 5, Tom Hanson, Sheriff and Treasurer. And sitting in for him today is his Sergeant Sell. Get that right? Or Lieutenant? Lieutenant Sell, sorry. All right.
Well, I've had almost all ranks, so you can call me what you need to.
Deputy,
I'll answer.
Patrolman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before we get into this, I would like just 2 quick announcements. I'm happy to report the safe transport of Corporal Noble from the Charlestown Police Department. She was released from the Morgantown facility and we escorted her home to her parents' house yesterday. And you'll notice the mourning badge for the sudden passing of Sergeant Ben Anderson of also the Charlestown Police Department. His service will be tomorrow.
Sorry to hear that.
2 items. First, the tax office is seeking to hire a new tax deputy to fill Irvy's spot. This individual, Kara Young, will be hired effective September 23rd, 2024 as an 80-hour employee with a starting salary of $36,000. This is within their budget.
I'll move to approve the hire of Kara Young as an 80-hour tax deputy beginning on August 23rd, 24, with a starting salary of $36,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Secondly, Commissioners, following the approval of the application for the Governor's Highway Safety Grant, it was requested we obtain a resolution regarding it. We're just seeking the approval of the resolution and authority of the President to sign, if I may approach.
We move a motion.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the resolution for the Governor's Highway Safety Grant and also note that it requires no matching funds, which we love.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Did you already sign it?
No, not yet. I've signed some other stuff already. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right.
One quick last thing there. There was an email communication provided to the commissioners, and we just want to make sure that you received it, stating that all delinquent tax list was printed as it available in the tax office, just for information.
Awesome.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving on to agenda item number 6, Tom Hanson, Sheriff, Laura Coon, and Mike Stein. And I don't know if, oh, okay, Debbie's here. Okay. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Who wants to start? We didn't practice. So with the needs of ESA and the Sheriff Department, the county growth, we got together, county administrator suggested we get together and talk about a combined facility. So what I did, I put together some numbers for you and I will hand them out.
While she's handing them out, just to give you some history about how we got here. So a few months ago, Mike Stein put together a service area report and identified one of the highest needs in the county was a station in Carneysville. And that can be difficult to build and expensive to build. He can put it on a CIP so that impact fee funds can be allocated to it. At the same time, the sheriff is also interested in building or refurbishing his current facility. So I said, since these two are operating in tandem at the same time, is there maybe an opportunity for you to build one facility instead of building two separate facilities? Especially because both were going to require the need for things like conference space that they could jointly use or training space that they could jointly use. And both the sheriff's office and ESA were very happy to join together to be able to see where there would be overlap and where they could end up producing a building at a significant cost savings over building two separate buildings.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So that's where I came in to put together some costs of what it would be if we built two separate locations or renovated one location and then a new location for the ESA. So for the sheriff's office, we considered renovation to their current location. So right now they have about 15,000 square foot. So we talked about going up to 20,000. If we did renovate there, we would have to find space for them somewhere else while the renovation is being done. So we would have to factor in lease costs. So temporary space for 1 year. We would also have to add some additional outbuildings for storage, and it would need to be renovated for their needs. So we're talking about $375,000 for a year lease, temporary lease for them to move out while the building's being renovated. For the renovation, about $400 per square foot for a 20,000 square foot building, about $8 million there. So about $8,375,000 for the sheriff's department renovation. Now for the ESA, we'd need to find a place to put them in Carneysville. So we'd need to purchase a site, which is estimated about $495,000 for the site. And then new construction, to take them up to about 14,000 square feet would be about $400 per square feet. So 5.6 million, which takes them up to just over 6 million. So those added together separately would be $14,470,000. So looking at it, doing the combined facility, the square foot average is going to come down because you're sharing some things like infrastructure duplication. Two sites, you're going to have two separate utilities, roads, everything that goes in the site, it's going to be duplicated. Design and planning, we need two separate site plans, two separate architectural plans, design, engineering costs, two separate things. Project management, all the admin costs that goes into project management would be duplicated again. And then two, if you're building a bigger building instead of two separate buildings, the cost can come down too because you're buying in bulk for more things than if you're doing it in two separate locations. So combining those square footages to make it 34,000 square feet, we're going to take that down to $300 per square foot, which puts you just over 10 million compared to 14.4 billion for two separate locations. And again, this is actually going to, even though it's the same amount combined, there's going to be more space for them here because they're going to be sharing resources here like meeting rooms, training facilities, and there's more space where they can have, since they're together, collaboration for training and those sorts of things, and probably more public accessibility with combined facilities. So I don't know
Is
if
there a
they want to
leasing
add.
requirement for the $10.2 million option?
No, because the sheriff's office could stay where they're at while the new building's being built, and same with the SA.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not finished with your presentation, but I'll just comment really quickly. I look at leasing as wasted dollars.
Yeah.
That's an important aspect of the plan.
Right.
Laura, we know what, the current sheriff's department is right now, 15 to 20,000 square feet, the building, and then what is ESA?
The ESA right now has just over 7,000 square feet.
Yeah, I just want to make sure what we're planning is big enough for growth. which-
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
that's
So we're talking
okay.
about doubling their
Yes,
square feet.
okay,
Yeah.
that helps. Thank you.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is not something we're going to rush out tomorrow and try to get a loan for. It's put in our CIP so we can have, use this in our impact fee collection process so we can have new growth pay for the growth of these services, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
So there is no ask, and don't expect a building to go up anytime soon. The goal is this goes on the CIP, you designate it as your strategic location of the future site, then I can go after grants and federal funding for things like engineering, design, planning, and the CIP is there for the actual construction.
Should we have a motion to add it to the CIP?
So I have two
We have two
suggested,
motions on there.
Okay.
or Mike has two suggested motions in the packet.
Okay. So this is just smart projected growth and projections of how we're going to grow.
With adding in efficiencies, correct?
And trying to be efficient by looking down, trying to get grants to design it.
Yeah, I think it's a unique opportunity for the sheriffs and the ESA to work together. I mean, we both have training needs. My facility is bursting at the seams. We
Yeah.
have parking restrictions, space restrictions, and as we expand, our training needs expand exponentially. So having a shared space worked for both, and no need to double it up. So, and we, in Jefferson County, we've heard from state leaders that Jefferson and Berkeley, are trendsetters for the future of emergency services in the state, that they look at our operations. So I think this is just another example of what we can do to streamline, effectively use taxpayer funds.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions? I'll go ahead and move a motion if you don't. All right, I'll move a motion to designate the Public Service Center lot as a future site of the Public Safety Center.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Whoa. My question is, and I know, perhaps you have to have this designation to move ahead looking for grants or special funds that could be completed, but I don't know that that's the right place to put it. I mean, I know we own that land and it's available to a degree, but I think we should cast our net, look at it again and come up with.
If we designate a location, can we change it later because growth is going to move? Let's say, I'm just going to say this, this is a 5 to 10 year plan.
Right.
Population is going to move. I want to say most of the growth is probably occurring in the Ranson district.
Right.
So,
well, and I understand that. I would just like to
So-
study it further because of I
So-
think right now that's a good place for because of the roads.
sure.
But,
And so ESA in the sheriff's office like this because it has Wiltshire Road frontage.
Right.
And then has easy access to both Route 9 and is it Lee Town Pike on the other side?
Yes.
Yeah, Old
So-
Lee Town Pike.
So that way that they can get to the areas that need service most quickly. And the service area report is included in here. And Mike, do you want to speak to the heat maps that you use to identify this specific area?
Yeah, it's always been a discussion amongst the Shepherdstown Fire Department that there was a need in Carnesville area. As we identified, there's lots of needs, obviously, but our current operation, Shepherdstown is kind of off the island per se. They're quite a ways. It's, it's 20 some minutes to get there from Charlestown. 1/3 of their call volume is in the Fox Glen area. So that's in Carnesville. Also, we are going to have some growth. There are 2,000 homes planned for the Carnesville area in the upcoming future. Really, being that it's an available lot that already belongs to the county, access to the roads, and I feel it's a unique space without having to go out and purchase another piece of property.
Okay. Well, and thinking about the railroad track issue, there's always a way around it.
Yeah, I mean,
At
we
the
have
Public
access to the
Safety
Old
Center.
Charlestown Road, Route 9.
Yeah.
So the access is absolute premium.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good site for the future. We're really looking down the road, to make sure that we're ensuring the operation 20 years down the road, that we're building a facility to handle growth. And the growth of the organization and the growth of the county.
All right. Any further discussion? Sorry, I didn't ask for discussion after the motion. All right, hearing none. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move to request approval to amend the Jefferson County Emergency Services CIP and Sheriff of Jefferson County CIP as presented.
Second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. This is a great example of planning ahead to save money, and that enables the county to keep our taxes low.
Absolutely.
I like this proposal.
Yeah. And in fact, that we're going to use, it's in our CIP to use impact fee money to help build this project is going to be great.
Yeah.
And that's a way to have growth paying for its own way, so to speak. So thank you all for bringing this forward to us.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work, y'all. This is great.
You can just sit right there, Mr. Stein. Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on to Mike Stein, agenda item number 7.
All right, just here to discuss the fire department application again. I missed the last meeting. Had some family issues to attend to. There's been a lot of discussion amongst volunteer fire departments and individuals in the public. This happened quite quickly. This has been something we've spoken about, I don't know, much more earlier in the transition. You know, we spoke about it many, many meetings. We've talked about it in different circles. We've talked about it with different fire chiefs, that it's just another step, another box to check off for the future, for growth, for the system. Unfortunately, you know, prior to the commission meeting, we were not able to bring that up in front of the Fire and Rescue Association, so we got a little backlash. I was unable to provide them with information in a timely manner. We started to get serious about this just after July 4th. I spoke to the State Fire Marshal's office and with anticipation that we needed to, if we were going to try to complete this, it needed to be done by the end of the year. The grant cycles for federal grants open up in February, March next year. So lots of opportunities, not only for, one of our main goals is staffing grants, because we can get grants for certain amounts of staffing depending on plans. The federal government pays for the first 3 years, and then the county or entity picks up the cost in the end. So we can do some planning. Not that we're ready to, we've created that plan or come up with the finances that we're ready to do that, but we can also apply for a lot of equipment and other necessary things that we need in our operation. So just trying to move forward, you know, we're really trying to ensure continuity of service in the event. You know, we have 4 stations that have ambulance parked in them. If one of those smaller departments, for whatever reason, the key people exit and they're not, you know, the department does not continue to operate, we lose the ability to have our ambulance in that location. They lose their immediate fire service, which our personnel do dual role. We're not only the EMS, we get on the volunteer fire trucks and provide that service as well. So trying to ensure up that and just continue down this path for the future, because we know inevitably we're going to be much larger. We're Loudoun County, Frederick County, Virginia, and Maryland were 25, 30 years ago. So we are in the infancy of
But
this.
we're not going there.
Well, fire and rescue will inevitably be much larger in the future.
Certainly.
The county portion of it, you know, not looking to, we're not forcing out volunteer companies. We're not trying to, there's no ability for us to walk in and say, you're out of business, we're taking you over. That's just not part of it. This is literally certifies us as, you know, we're already what they call a fire prevention unit, which is a pseudo fire department. And we're responsible for assisting the entire, you know, county overall. And currently we utilize our EMS portion where they're at to do that as much as we can. And as we get more personnel, we'll be able to expand that operation. So really it's just another box to check. And like I said, we have discussed it. So was able to bring it up to the Fire and Rescue Association this past Tuesday. With lengthy discussion on it. For the most part, they're all much more comfortable with the idea of what we're trying to do now. They did pass a resolution where they support and endorse our application. So really just looking now, the fire marshal's office said we needed to get on their agenda immediately to ensure that there were no roadblocks to try to complete it by December. They meet every bi-monthly. So if there would have been a roadblock, it wouldn't have happened. We'd miss the next federal budget cycles for grants. So really just looking to see if we could bring that back off the table and vote for that now. And I have the Fire and Rescue Association endorsement and just help our organization move forward with.
I have a question for our legal counsel. This was tabled. Do we have to move a motion to untable it, or how's that work? No, here.
I think you meant to take it from the table.
Okay. All right. I'll move a motion to take this item, move this item off the table.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, and make a comment. I voted to table it last time, just for clarity. I did that as a courtesy to a fellow commissioner who raised it, said he needed more time. I have no opposition to the proposal, the substance of the proposal, so I'll be supporting it this time.
All right. All in favor of removing it from the table, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. All right. I'll move a motion to accept the FDID application and support the approval for this application for ESA.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just glad that, you know, there's been discussion through the Fire and Rescue Association, and I can see that it has a lot of potential for ESA. So, and hopefully will benefit everyone in the end. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Another comment,
Sure, go ahead.
another example of planning ahead to save the taxpayers money, searching for
Trying to do our
grants.
due diligence to do our best moving forward, so.
Thank you. Searching for grants to help out with public services is a good thing. This enables us to do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back here at about 11 o'clock. There's a few people in the audience. We'll probably go ahead and start a little bit early on interviews, and then we'll keep rolling on our agenda. Thank you.
everything along, that's fine. But the fact that I can't go to somebody, to a commissioner and say, you know Shepherdstown because you represent Shepherdstown. Well, it is.
Jessica, do you have the meeting muted?
Are we recording? All right. Welcome back. We had a short break. We're going to move into agenda item number 8. The interviews process is not till 11:10, but we have some single applicants that we can go ahead and interview so nobody misses this in case they're online and they're only going to chime in at 11:10. So we're going to start off. We did interview the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Library Board at our last meeting. That has been extended over to this meeting. We had Miss Amanda Stroud that did interview, and we left this open until this meeting. And we have Jody Welty Robinson. If you'd like to come forward, ma'am. Welcome. Could you tell us why you would like to be on the Harpers Ferry Public Library Board?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak since I couldn't make it last time. I grew up in the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Library. My children grew up in the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Library. It is, I love it. It's, you know, home away from home for me. Being a board member, I feel like we need to be transparent with library funds and how they're being spent to make sure they're being spent ethically, fairly, and appropriately so everyone can benefit from the library. I've seen the library grow from one room to the circulation desk, half the size of this, with a card catalog, to the facility that it is now with all the programs we're allowed, or not allowed, but all the programs that we offer for everyone in the community, children and adults.
Anybody else? Any questions?
Yes, I've recently, through my grandchildren, become reacquainted with the Harpers Ferry, Bolivar Harpers Ferry Library. And, you know, the reptile is a huge attraction for, is that what, I couldn't remember his name.
Gordy,
Gordy,
yeah.
okay, yeah. do you see any room for improvement at the library or?
Oh, there's always room for improvement, absolutely. And with funds being short everywhere, we need to be able to look into other ways to, acquire funds.
Right.
And we also need to make sure our policies and procedures are in line with the West Virginia Library Commission to make sure we're securing the funds from the Library Commission in the state.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any
Could you comment on hypothetical Sunday hours?
We are closed on Sunday. I believe South Jefferson is the only library that is open on Sunday, but we offer evening hours.
Mhm.
So
And what are your thoughts on potential
on,
Sunday hours?
clearly, if someone, requested that, we would definitely look into it. Yeah, without a doubt.
Is there any key focus areas? Maybe one short-term and one long-term focus area that you think that you would like to help further along?
Well, one, I'd like to be able to continue to have the programs that we have, and I would like to see a full-time children's librarian at the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Library. I feel like we have a lot of part-time people and not a lot of full-time people.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. We interviewed Amanda Stroud last meeting. So we already took care of that interview. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your interview, ma'am? Well, you are here, so if you do, come on up.
Not quite dressed for it today. I just want to say that both the board and the library would be in great hands with either I or Jody on board. I would like to say one little thing though. I know life is not fair. Jody has been a past member of the library board, and I would like, I'd like my turn at it if you guys don't mind. So thank you.
Understood. All right. I echo what Mrs. Strout said. This is a tough decision. We have two very compassionate people that want to be on this board, and I know both of you would do a great job. So thank you for applying. Yeah, we have a hard time filling positions, and we have two very qualified people that want to be on this board. The next interview for South Jefferson is easy. We only have one person, so that's going to make our decision very easy. So at this time, I'll open up for nominations for the Harpers Ferry Public Library Board.
I will nominate Jody Welty Robinson.
Okay. Any further nominations?
I nominate Amanda.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, never mind.
Okay. All right. All right. So I'll move I'll move to close. There are no objections. I'll move to close the nominations. All in favor of Jody Welty Robinson?
Can we comment?
Did he hear you?
He said never mind.
What did you say? I was a little confused when her last statement. I thought she said that she didn't want to be a part of it.
Oh, no. She said, I'm so sorry. No, she said that she would, it'd be either way. No, she said,
Okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. I apologize. That's my fault.
Yeah.
I misunderstood you. The very last statement that you said, it almost sounded like you said, basically, I'm taking my name off.
Oh, heavens no.
And then it kind of confused me. And then you started talking about, oh man, they're both great. And then I was like, so that is totally, that's me. That's
Yes,
my
yes.
apologies. My apologies.
I would like my turn at bat. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's why, and then everybody looked at me funny when I started to nominate you, and everybody looked at me funny, and I was like, okay, what is going on? So I
All right.
apologize.
Let me back up. Is there any other, we have one nomination, any other nomination?
I would like to nominate Amanda Stroud.
All right. We have two. All right. Good deal. All right. If there's no objection, we'll close nominations. All in, by show of hands, all in favor of Miss Jody Welty Robinson, raise your hand, please. That's three. And all in favor of Amanda Stroud, raise your hand, please. One. So Miss Jody will serve, on my screen just went blank, a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2029. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
And thank you both. It's lovely to have very well qualified folks for the position.
Sure. Thank you both for applying. I had no reason to pick one or the other. I just voted to move forward, and sorry, Mr. Stroud, it didn't work out this time, but perhaps we can encourage the
the board to look at their bylaws to make room for more people or something like that. Doesn't need to be competitive in that sense. Thank you very much for volunteering.
I agree. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we're going to move on to the South Jefferson Library Committee. This is the easy one, but we're going to still interview Mr. Michael Dick. If you want to come forward. So would you like to tell us why you would like to be on the South Jefferson Library Board?
Currently, I'm the president of the South Jefferson Rotary Club. This makes 11 times.
Okay.
Been in the club 30 years, so it's more community service and public service. We donate a lot of money back to the county as far as fire departments, community ministries, 4-H. There's several other organizations I belong to as far as community service. So I feel that this position at the library, since we're in the process of expanding, will help the board.
Okay. Does anybody else have any further questions? All right. Well, this one's very easy. Thank you for applying and thank you for stepping up and serving.
Commissioner Stolper, I have a letter here from Kathy Burke that says there's also a Kathleen Kelly that wanted to apply. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I just wanted to. Okay, well, I didn't get that, so I just wanted to make sure before we started making motions that we had the entire slate.
So you'll see it at the bottom of that letter. It says addendum from August 6th.
Okay, you're right. I overlooked that. My
All
error.
right. Does anybody have any further questions for Michael?
No.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right. I'll move a motion to appoint Michael Dick for a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2029.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. All right, now, we are at 11:10 now. Like I said, we just go ahead and get those out of the way. We try not to do our interviews prior to the advertised time so people can, don't have to sit here and wait on us, or if they're coming from work. We'll move on to the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Service District Board. Is John Henry Dale here? Or is he online? How about?
Yes, hello. I'm
Oh,
here.
there you go. All right. Could you tell us why you would like to be on the Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Service District?
Yeah, I've spent probably, well, born and raised in Jefferson County, born in Ranson. I lived in Harpers Ferry on and off for the last 25 years. Generally, interested in county infrastructure, and, water issues and sewage issues are particularly a pressing issue in Jefferson County right now. So I'm just looking for a way that I can, volunteer and help, alleviate some of the issues we're facing here in Jefferson County for water and sewage. And this looked like a good opportunity to, be able to volunteer. I live in Blue Ridge Acres, so technically in the Harpers Ferry zip code, not in town proper, but my parents do live just up the hill from the Public Service District facility. They're in Cavalier Estates in Harpers Ferry, and formerly lived in town. So yeah, fairly familiar with the, the infrastructural issues around Bolivar Harpers Ferry Public Service District, and then briefly served as a planning commissioner in Harpers Ferry about 20 years ago.
All right. Does anybody else have any further questions?
Yeah, you mentioned the structural issues. Is there any particular skills and experience that you bring to the table to help address some of those issues?
Yeah, I've spent a good time working in contracting. I work in tech right now, but I've got some pretty practical on the ground contracting experience, both from my own home and from working on homes in the area. So I'm generally pretty handy, as far as contracting stuff. And then I'm, generally familiar with, karst topography and karst hydrology issues that we, all deal with here in Jefferson County.
Thank you.
I have a question. What do you see as the biggest challenge for the Bolivar Harpers Ferry PSD?
I think the biggest challenge is, the general challenges that we're seeing across the county of expanded need for service with, for the amount of development that's going on. There are some particular issues in Harpers Ferry that are ongoing as far as certain developments having, not necessarily followed environmental code as far as, the watershed, and that has caused some issues in the past. I'm sure you're probably familiar with some of those in Bolivar with certain developments. I think in general, I think the most pressing issue is probably, expanding capacity at a rate that's going to be able to deal with the infill, the development that's happening, and not just Harpers Ferry, but throughout the county.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Just one more. I think you just touched on this. What is your view? Where is it? How will the new hotel affect ratepayers in the district?
How would the new hotel affect ratepayers? I can only imagine it might increase the need for a rate increase for people in that district. I mean, that's going to be a major, that's going to be a major infrastructural project. And, and I should probably revise my, statement just prior. That probably is the most pressing issue, is the Hilltop House coming in. And I think it's inevitably going to raise the rates for everybody. And that, I think, is just going to be a consequence of it being a major economic, driver for not just Harpers Ferry, but for the county itself. And I think it's probably just, a growing pain that we're going to have to deal with if we want, the economic benefit of having a hotel and, tourism attractor of that magnitude in Harpers Ferry. But yeah, I would say that it would probably increase the rates. And I think, if people want the benefits of that, we're probably just going to have to find a way to deal with that.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Appreciate
Next,
your consideration.
Next we have Helen Detmer. Is she online? Don't hear from her. Do you see her by any chance? No. All right.
No, he's asking who you're looking for. Sorry, name it.
Yeah, he's looking through this, scrolling
Oh.
through it all.
Come on, there's a lot of people on it.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Oh, no worries. I know Helen was a former mayor of Bolivar. We'll just move on to the next applicant, David Tabb. And I don't see him either. He left. Okay. All right. Well, we had 3 people apply, 1 interview. I will now open the floor for any nominations for this board.
I will nominate John Henry Dale.
Any other nominations?
I'll nominate Ms. Detmer.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. If there are no objections.
Excuse me, who did you nominate, Mr. Moshie?
Helen Detmer.
Okay, gotcha.
If there's no objections, we'll close nominations. By show of hands, please show of hands for everyone in favor of John Henry Dale. Well, 1. Helen Detmer. 3.
Okay.
I didn't want to have a tie, so sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, since there's 4 of us, I was so Ms. Detmer will be win the appointment for a 6-year term ending on June 30th, 2030. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to Jefferson County Solid Waste Authority. We have 3 people apply for this position. The first one is Carrie Blessings. Is she? I know she's not in the room. Is she online? I see Adam. You're coming up, Adam. All right. All right, we'll skip to James McGowan. He's here in the room. Come on up, sir. All right, could you tell us why you would like to be on the Solid Waste Authority, sir?
Well, in 1996, I was appointed by the Soil Conservation Service, and I served until June of this year, and they decided to go another way. And I know the seat is open, and I'm still interested in serving the authority, and I have a lot of experience, obviously, and I just like to be reappointed.
Okay. Easy enough. Easy. Does anybody else have any further questions?
Oh, I know Mr. McGowan personally. He lives nearby and has known the history of the Solid Waste Authority and the previous county landfill that was closed. So I think he's a
I know
valuable,
more than I should.
a valuable member.
All right. And any further questions? Thank you for coming, sir. All right, we have a third applicant, Mr. David Tabb, which somebody said he's already left. So I will be happy to open up the floor for nominations for the Solid Waste Authority.
I'll nominate Mr. McGowan.
All right, any more nominations? If there are no objections, I'll close nominations. All in favor of Mr. Gowan to be appointed to the Solid Waste Authority for a 4-year term ending June 30th, 2028, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're moving on. We're going to move on to the Jefferson County Building Commission interview. We have Josh Bill in the room with us. Sir, if you want to come forward. And if you'd like to tell us why you would like to be on the Building Commission, sir.
Yes, my name is Josh Beal. I'm a local real estate broker and just looking for opportunities to serve the people of Jefferson County, be more involved. I understand the Building Commission has some vacancies and it's kind of in my area of expertise, real estate sales and decision-making. So see that as a position that I could serve.
Okay. And the only question I'm going to have is this, Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong, but this board requires a certain majority of parties, right? Correct?
It requires representation by Democratic, at least. So they have to have at least one Democrat and one Republican, and you already have one Democrat. So you have to have at least,
She's
a Republican.
okay.
I'm going to turn to Jess because she's the one who kept the records.
Okay, so sorry. All right, there's
Jeff,
certain
for the
qualifications.
building commission, we have to have one Democrat and one Republican, or they just have to be of different parties.
Two of one party.
And the one who is currently serving is,
Okay.
Well, yeah, that'll make a difference.
Yeah, that's okay. Good deal. And
I need to check that.
yeah, we're gonna have to check that real fast if we could.
Yeah.
Maybe we can contact Nikki. And do you know her? Do you remember her name? Jessica. You know who they're. Okay, good deal. All right. So and just so we're clear, you're registered as a.
I'm registered as a Republican.
Okay. Again, we don't make the law. We just got to follow them. My theme of today. All right. Does anybody else have any further questions?
Just that, Mr. Beal, you're a real estate agent. Do you feel there's, an area where there could possibly be a conflict of interest? I mean, I don't know enough of your
Well,
area.
obviously, if the county is considering selling a building, I couldn't represent them or acquiring a building, I couldn't represent them if I'm on the building commission. So I'm aware of that and
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that. I wouldn't be able to
All right.
act in that capacity.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
What are the financial tools available for municipal government to acquire, sell, transact property?
The financial tools available to municipal government to acquire, transact property. Well, of course, there's traditional commercial lending. You also have bonds that are available to you. And beyond that, I'm not sure what particular tools you would be considering.
All right, any further questions? Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. All right, we're going to move on to the next applicant is Adam Shapley. He's online. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, Josh, how are you?
Good. Adam, could you tell us why you would like to be on the building commission?
Yeah, I reached out to you guys. I got 2 kids just off in college, and I'm finding myself with some extra time now. And I inquired about some of the excessive building I think that's going on right now without a whole lot of planning and for infrastructure and keeping up with the existing building. I think I counted 5,000 or so lots within a 3 or 4 mile period, or in around the Branson area. So I want to inquire about how we can not stop it or slow it necessarily, but find ways to supplement the residential construction with infrastructure improvements and possibly some proffers, things like that from the developers and the builders, to try to make sure that we have enough land moving forward to serve the population, and then we're putting forth enough checks and balances for these developers to move forward. We know why they all came in. I mean, they came in when we lowered our impact fees, and the residential home market dropped so substantially in terms of inventory. So that's why they're here. But looking ahead, looking 5 years down the road, it worries me a little bit that we're not going to be able to keep up with the infrastructure that's needed in terms of medical care, schools, roads, enough commercial variations to keep the new residents happy, and not have them running for the borders because there's not enough commercial stuff to go along with the residential growth. So that was my concern, and I brought that forward to Eddie and to Mr. Stollifer, I think, in an email. And I wanted to see where I could best serve, and these suggestions were the Development Authority and the Building Commission.
Okay. Any further questions?
I'm going to ask everybody the same question. Could you comment on the financial tools available for municipality to buy, sell, transact property?
On a county level, I was working with the county commission years ago when they were looking to acquire space downtown, and we're looking at what I call the Brill building on the corner. I was working with them on the Stevenson building. I met with the county commission there as well. So in terms of, as Josh said, commercial lending that's available out there, local bank money that's available out there, very familiar with that. I've been in the business for 22 years and do a fair amount of commercial real estate. I do have a lot of resources in the commercial world in terms of the commercial databases that are available in terms of LoopNets, CoStars, Crexi, the systems that are needed to find and locate buildings that may not be showing up on the traditional MLS real estate market.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Oh, Adam, I do have one question. Because the code, West Virginia state law kind of dictates who we put on this board as far as being a registered party and voting. How are you registered to vote, if you don't mind?
I'm registered as an independent.
Okay. We just need to know that so we follow the law. This is a odd, I don't know if any other boards require us to have multiple different people and parties that I remember.
So, and I just pulled our records. Addie Crawford was registered as an independent. I'm just confirming that that is still the case.
Good deal. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. We're going to move on to Scott Suddeth. I know he's not in the room. Is he online by any chance? We're going to look. Jessica ran over to check out the voter registration for Addie. So,
I'm sorry, the name, please.
Addie, Scott Sutter, sorry. Scott was a former Board of Education member.
Right, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We don't know how he's registered either, do we? I mean, or should we, does that need to be checked?
Yeah, let's check that too. And then we'll come back about that. Can we have Jessica check that? All right. All right. What we'll do is just, we're gonna pause on that before we vote and then come back here. So once we find out how Scott is registered, because we have to follow the code on this one. We're gonna move on to the home consortium of the Eastern Panhandle. We had one applicant, Miss Jennifer Verdu. Is she online? Verdugo?
I can. Jennifer Brockman. Yeah, okay.
All right, we don't see Jennifer online. I know this is a second term. for her,
Right,
believe.
I do believe so.
Yeah,
yes.
so we all know her very well.
Right.
So, probably why she didn't show up. All right, I'll like to move a motion to appoint Jennifer Verdugo for a 3-year term ending September 6, 2027 for the home consortium of the Eastern Panhandle.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. All right. Nothing yet. Let's jump to something easy and come back
Now, that's a
to,
dangerous thing to say.
Yeah, I
Something
know.
easy, yes.
So how about we go to the groundwater survey? That's easy.
Okay.
That's easy. That's your agenda item, ma'am.
Okay.
How about that? And is Mary Sell still here too? If you want to come forward?
Oh, yeah.
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 Yeah. We're going to jump to agenda item number 10. Then once we verify the voter registration of Mr. Suddeth, we'll come back. I do apologize for that. We didn't have that available. So we're going to move to agenda item number 10, county groundwater survey discussion, possible action. Thank you, Mary, for coming.
Yeah, and I just, I attended the hearing on the comp plan and many public comments about the need for water quality or, the availability, quantity and availability. And so wanted to bring this to the table, and I know Mary has shared through email, but I let you make the condensed update of what is possible, hopefully something within the near future that we can get done to answer some of the questions about water.
Great. Can you hear me here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Thank you for your time and interest in water usage, water availability. I certainly am very interested in it as well and have been on the Jefferson County Water Advisory Committee since 2011 and seen a lot of changes in studies and are aware of some of the studies and the interest in the studies. We have been speaking to the USGS, which is a scientific impartial government agency, the Virginia and West Virginia Science Center, and they have a strong interest in doing studies in our area due to the growth not only in Jefferson County, but the surrounding counties in Virginia and on the I-81 corridor. We are happy to report that they are currently underway a water usage study for Jefferson County. That study it's a scientific investigation. It will be published in December of 2025. It is the precursor for the bigger study that I believe everyone is very interested in, and that is the water quantity availability study. Now that is a heavier lift. It involves looking at specific contours around Jefferson County, not just Jefferson County, but the northern Shenandoah Basin that is shared by Clark, Monroe, Warren, Berkeley, I named a few, Frederick and Virginia, 3 counties in West Virginia. That would give a predictive quantitative flow model to direct development for not only what we have today, but would forecast future development and give the county ability to respond to droughts. That is underway. The USGS is, Mark Kozar is working on putting partnerships together to, at state, not only West Virginia state partners, but Virginia state partners and county partners, PSDs. So we are looking at that for funding. And we are just, that is a nascent planning, funding operation that we can be involved with. So more to come on that soon. We have also had talked earlier about a water quality study that we had put together. It's rather expensive, but would give some indication about the PFAS, water, nutrients, quantity. There'd be 90 sites, and there would be a report. That also is a scientific investigation. I will say that the ASI, the analytics study, was an assessment, and it did note that the county has, in various areas, a large quantity of water. So more to come. That was a great start of a study, but that was an assessment. These are much a different scope and model methodology, so to speak.
Okay.
So I'll pause for questions.
Now, what you understand it from the scientific point of view for much more than I do, but thank you for that update. So this study, this water usage study that hopefully will be complete in December of 2025.
Right.
How is that different than a water quantity study?
The water usage is what is being used today. What is being drawn in Jefferson County and usage, say a hospital, a hotel, a school.
And the water drawn from individual wells? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is this only public water? Is it? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
It's both. It's
Okay.
what's been coming out of the ground, but I will get you more information on that. We just became aware that it has been funded and underway, so I do not have the full
Okay.
scope here,
Well,
so I
that's-
apologize for that.
Yeah.
The
I'm
water
just trying-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Does that answer your
Yes.
question? Okay. So I'll get you more information. The water quantity is what is available, and the water quantity availability, it does not stop at Jefferson County. The contour of what is available is much larger than Jefferson County to do that scientific investigation. It doesn't stop at the border of Jefferson County, and it doesn't stop at the border of the state. It is shared in the northern Shenandoah Basin. So it's a much heavier lift, many more partners, shared costs, looking for funds and grants available, state partners, state water revolving funds, maybe there's some infrastructure funds. So so we're just talking that. We'll keep you involved in that. That would be something that the county commission and staff would be, and we would like to be involved in. And I know they are of high interest.
Can we go ahead, I'll ask this for Eddie, can we go ahead and seek grants to do a water quantity? You say they're going to do a water usage, not a water quantity study, correct? Did I get that right?
They're currently doing a water usage.
Okay.
The study that's being put together on the multi-state, multi-district, multi-partners is water quantity.
Okay.
That's the study that's being nascently building a partnership to put together that heavy lift of the water quantity study.
Okay.
So how do we indicate that I don't know, how do we become a partner in that or get it moved forward, this water quantity study?
Mark Kozar, who's a hydrologist, is willing to come and speak to us, speak to the county. He would like to meet with county commissioners and staff and just talk informally and or we can do it by phone or by Zoom. He would need to travel here to give you a presentation on what the scientific basis of the study and the scope would be, so you would understand it, be able to present it to the public.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can work with county administrator about timing and availability.
Yeah.
And include your staff.
Is there general agreement that we?
So I'm just pulling up right now. It's often referred to that the last study that was done was in 2012, and we have that on our website. It's called Countywide Groundwater Assessment. And I asked our planning, zoning, and engineering to give me a rough estimate of what it cost the last time, and to reach out to find out a ballpark of what it would cost this time. Roger is out sick, so he's not able to speak to this right now, but he told me that he remembered it being about $80,000. So this next study, we would want to, and this is putting on my economic development hat for a second, you'd want to use this as your basis so you could see what the rate of change is and use the rate of development. So if you're projecting 20 years in the future, then you're able to say this, at this rate of development, at this rate of growth, this is how our assessment has changed to be able to anticipate looking forward. So while this information is good, are we able to then incorporate what we collected in 2012 to be able to understand how our groundwater is changing with development?
Let me just say what the question is here. When I reread that study in advance, that study is an assessment of theoretical supply. The study for the USGS is a different methodology, it's a different scope, it's a different approach. I'm not saying it wouldn't be of utility, because that study looked at recharge rate, availability of water, and noted that there are different variables of water availability in the county in different areas. And it looked at well recharge rate, well drawdown rates. It is of utility. So they're two different scopes. I think it would be of utility. But it doesn't address what's going on outside the county. We've got Clark County's got a quarry that's drawing on the same basin that we are involved in. Like the contours of the water availability are outside of this county, but it would tell you, it would look at the current well drawdown rates that were in 2012 and what they were now. So it would be of utility.
So other things when we're looking at preferred growth zones, or if we're looking at this as a tool for the comprehensive plan, even for future things like, do we want to rezone an area from agricultural, what would have one type of water usage, to residential, which may have a higher water usage, then you'd want to look at that specific recharge rate to be able to understand, will that recharge rate be able to keep up with the anticipated development that would occur? So all of these, we just kind of need to understand what you're looking for, what answers are you looking for in the study, and does what's happening at the state level address what you're looking for at the federal level, and does a regional perspective answer those questions that are kind of well specific. It's my understanding the last time planning, zoning, and engineering went out to something like 80 wells to test what things like recharge rate were, depth, the amount of water in those wells. So we just need to understand what should be studied. What are the answers?
I agree.
So they're doing a water usage, and you're basically saying, I guess you're suggesting we do a more comprehensive study for the takedown.
Well, at least
Or are you
from,
just saying you want to make sure that they coordinate with the local authorities and the experts to determine, so we all come to an agreement on what we think the scope and what the goal of that study and survey would be, so we're not surprised or we're not missing something when it's time to fund, if you will.
so Commissioner Tabb put this on the agenda because of the amount of public that had commented that we need to have an updated water study to understand how development is affecting the groundwater supply and quality. And so if we're going to be responsive to that, we'd really want to understand, does this study, is it responsive to it? And is it a tool for things like the Planning Commission or the comprehensive planning process?
Well, and two, I mean, not only economic development, you're looking at a drought year, farmers irrigating, coming up with new ways to produce their crops, which always involves water. No, I'm not the expert on this, obviously, but it sounds like perhaps we should touch base with Mr. Kozar with USGS to just explain in layman's terms.
Yes.
Perhaps what we're looking for, and hopefully this new proposed study will do that. And then there's always a cost involved also, which we must consider.
Great.
Would you all want to reach out? Is it okay to reach consensus to reach out to Mr. Kozar and have him, where's he traveling from?
Romney.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
When you said he has to travel, I was
Yeah.
thinking like a plane, but
No.
that's a car. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, if we could reach out to him and schedule a time, we would love to talk, chat with him, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the consensus of the commission?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
Yes.
I
Okay,
think Roger, Mr. Goodwin's input would be
Yes.
invaluable as
Right.
well.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And,
Great.
and you too, Mary. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mary.
you.
Yes,
Thank
Mary.
you. Thank you.
All
If you
right.
think there's others that need to be at that meeting too, let us know too.
Certainly, and we will do that. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah.
All right, so Jessica, what did we find out about Mr. Summit?
Both Mr. Levis and Ms. Crawford are non-party affiliated, and for the building commission, no more than 2/3 of the volunteers can be from any one party.
2/3, okay.
How many total in
And if my memory serves me correctly, they can only serve on the building commission. Is that, they're only limited to that board, I think? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay.
So I wanted to point out that the Water Advisory Committee actually exists, but doesn't have enough members to be able to have a quorum. It would be very relevant to have that committee filled with enough members so that we can have a quorum and we can provide you all with more specifics about what the survey should contain.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have one person on the board that's independent, two applicants that applied today are independents, and one applicant is a Republican. So out of the list today, we'll just have to make sure we appoint appropriately to this board. What I want to say, I obviously know Adam Shapley, I've known Adam for many years. He's been in the real estate business profession for a long time. By your answers of what your passion is to serve, I think your expertise will be better served and sort of your passion to be on the development authority. If you're on the building commission, it is limited. You cannot be on two boards.
Yeah.
We do have two boards in the community that if you're serving on that board, you can't serve on any other boards. So you can't, my point is you can't be on the building commission and the development authority. Adam, I strongly encourage you to apply for the development authority. I support you 100%. I don't know if we have any openings coming up here soon. Okay, but by your answers, I think that is the board. I feel like that is the board that you should be on. The building commission, pretty much, just give you a quick overview. They only meet when we have to transfer a building from one D to the other, and we re-advertise this board because we have to transfer the ESA building to help me out here.
The ESA owns a building that has a mortgage on it, and the county can't have a mortgage, so it transfers to a building commission. And so you need to establish a building commission so that we can continue with this onboarding of the ESA as a county department.
Yep. Thank you for that. And just to give you an idea how often they meet, it's only when they're needed. I don't believe, my knowledge, they met in 10 years. So it's on a high demand board. So Adam, since your kids are out of the house in college now, we want to put you to work and get you on a board that meets more. I mean, I do. I'm speaking for myself here. So, anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
And Steve, I appreciate that, because that's the clarity that I needed. I was trying to figure out, there's really no description online of what the building commission does. I'm very aware of the development authority, and I did put my application in for that. That just didn't show up on this agenda.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, thank you. I will open the floor for nominations for the building commission.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want to nominate Mr. Scott Suddeth. He wasn't available for interview, but Scott has a lot of very good skills that I think would be welcomed on the building commission.
I agree.
I agree with that, and I'll, if I'm recognized, Mr. Chair, I'll also nominate Mr. Beal.
All right. Any further nominations? If there are no more nominations, if there are no objections, I will close nominations. All in favor of Josh Beal and Scott Suddeth being on the building commission for a 5-year term ending July 27th, 2029. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you all for applying.
Thank you.
Thank
And we have Jennifer ready to go here for that.
Jennifer, congratulations. We were moving a little ahead of schedule and you got put back on for a 3-year term. So thanks for coming though. We knew you were busy and working hard and well, you're doing a great job. All right. Thank you. All right. See what we're going to do next. Did you want to talk about this? Nathan's not here. We'll wait till Nathan comes back for it. We're going to wait till Nathan gets back here for agenda number 9. We're going to move into item number 11. This is Tara Mason, the Hope Dealer Project. There you go. Yes, ma'am. Come on forward. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Hello. So my name is Tara Mason, and I am the Executive Director, Founder, and President for the Hope Dealer Project. We are a nonprofit organization in the Eastern Panhandle, and we assist individuals with getting into treatment for substance abuse. We have been involved in placing clients in the Eastern Panhandle since 2015. We have recently received the governor's endorsement to proclaim the entire state of West Virginia has gone purple. That now means we are the first state in the US to go purple during National Recovery Month. And what that means for my fellow mountaineers or my family, I like to call my family here in the Eastern Panhandle, is that Martinsburg actually took the reins and was the first city to go purple, under this proclamation signing by the governor. But it is my goal, of course, to have purple ambassadors strategically placed either by region or by county. We have 55 counties here in West Virginia, so that we can roll out this whole purple movement. And many of you might ask, well, what does purple mean? Well, purple for recovery basically means it's a solidarity. It's a coming together. It's a unity. It's awareness. And by providing resources and services for people that are struggling with substance abuse. So basically, the purple is an awareness campaign showing that we support the recovery efforts. We support and we'll talk about recovery. And, I guess you can say I'm kind of old school, because when you say, what's kept in the dark or what you don't bring to surface is just going to remain in the dark. No, we're going to talk about recovery. We're going to openly show that we support it. West Virginia for decades has maintained the highest level of overdose rate in the US. Well, as mountaineers, we're going to now take the bull by the horn, and we're going to show the US that we're going to turn this around, and we're going to unite as mountaineers because we're mountaineer strong.
Take the bull by the horn. You're talking my language now.
Well, you take the bull by the horn.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Literally, right.
Yes.
I don't want us to be known as having the highest overdose rate. People continue to talk about that on a daily basis, but what are we doing to combat that? Because my goal was to eradicate the stigma, but what are we doing to take it a step further? Because whether you know it or not, walking into the grocery store, I can guarantee you there's a mom or a dad in there that's struggling with their child who's been, on substance abuse. It could be a neighbor. It could be someone you go to church with. It could be someone that you go to, the youth groups or sporting events, at your child's school. You never know because most people don't talk about it. But I want to see purple ribbons all around Jefferson County. I want to see purple porch lights. I want to see state buildings and offices and agencies purple. Get the purple on to show that we support recovery here.
Absolutely. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I believe Martinsburg has a recovery center. What are the local resources for addicts, people needing treatment, or, trying to figure out how to help themselves?
So the Hope Dealer Project, like I said, we started in 2015. We were the original boots on the ground for the Panhandle when there was no transportation to get people to treatment, when there was no detox, when there was no rehab. So people would reach out to us either through social media or our toll-free number and express a need to receive services. So we would take them to the ER because it's a Medicaid requirement that they get a medical clearance. We would sit at the ER with them because they also at the ER were getting looks as if they were seeking drugs, but they weren't. They were seeking help. So we would sit there, basically a concierge type of service. So we would walk them through the entire phase, and we would sit in the ER till they got medically cleared. Then we would take them in our vehicle and drive them to Beckley, Huntington, Fairmont, Morgantown, Charleston. I mean, you name it, anywhere in the state that had a bed available for them, that's where we would take them. I mean, now by the grace of God, we do have a detox here locally. We do have a rehab here locally. So we can facilitate and navigate people into those resources so long as they have an available bed.
Right.
If they don't, we still seek out other avenues throughout our state.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you said your goal is to turn all 55 counties purple. Has there been any other county besides us that would approve a declaration? Or are we the first, since we are your family that you stated earlier?
Okay, so it was my understanding through legal that once the governor has signed a proclamation, all 55 counties are in that umbrella. But, in order to get that personal connection, to let counties know that I am here, that my team is able to support, and let's network and let's get Purple ambassadors, strategically placed in your county so that we can roll out the Purple Initiative. Is that impossible for us to do? No, it's not, but we can do it until we get someone placed in your county. But, so with that being said, we have Martinsburg goes purple. We have Hardy County goes purple. We now have Jefferson County goes purple.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I'll be happy to go ahead and move this recommended motion here to support that. I move that the Jefferson County Commission approves the declaration of the Jefferson County as a participant in the Jefferson County Goes Purple initiative during the National Recovery Month in September 2024. This motion is in alignment with the statewide effort endorsement by the governor to raise awareness and promote recovery from substance abuse disorders.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yeah, just wanted to say thank you for your work. This is terrific. We need it here in West Virginia and in Jefferson County. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. All right, moving on to agenda item number 12, Lee Coons. You're right on time. This is development coordinator for the old Charlestown Library.
I think I've had the shortest commute of anyone who is here today.
I
I just had to walk down the stairs.
One step.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm happy to entertain any questions. We'll just say briefly that the American Library Association has designated September as Library Card Sign-Up Month. The Old Charlestown Library has been in existence since 1927, so we're approaching our 100th year. And so far this year, we've issued 500 new library cards, which is quite a large number, the vast majority coming from the Charlestown and Ranson area, as well as the Blue Ridge. I mean, we have patrons from all over, but those are the areas where we're seeing the largest growth. And our geographic proximity does put us as the closest library to about 50% of the residents in the county. And we are a fine-free library. We're the only fine-free library in Jefferson County. So we're very proud of that. But hope you will adopt the resolution and certainly invite any and all of you to come upstairs at any point. We have a gigantic library card you can have your picture taken with. Councilmember Stroud, who is behind me, was one of our test subjects and is in today's journal. Thank you, Madam Reporter. But if you would like to do likewise, you're welcome to come by at any point, and would just remind anyone who lives or works in Jefferson County, so any Jefferson County employees are welcome to get a card with us.
Good deal. All right, I'll be happy to move to adopt the presented resolution by the Charlestown Library to declare and recognize September as National Library Card Sign-Up Month in Jefferson County.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
We're going to take a 2-minute break, then we'll come back with, we'll probably come back at agenda item number 9 and move to 13. Since Nathan's back. Thank you. Oh, you're fine. Always waiting on Kelvin. We're used to it. Thank you. We're back. We're going to move back to agenda item number 9. This is Commissioner Machi's. I'll turn the floor over to him.
Thanks. There's a growing trend of masked men engaging political protests. In Charleston, masked men marched down a public sidewalk as part of a racial supremacist group. That happened in our capital, and I personally witnessed masked men take down the American flag and burn it while using anti-Semitic rhetoric at Union Station in Washington, D.C., our national capital. West Virginia code prohibits this behavior. It doesn't seem to be working. That's why I've requested this discussion. I'd like to research what we can do to respond to this alarming trend. Perhaps we can enact further restrictions, perhaps increasing the fine. I'm not suggesting that we act today, just merely look into it further. So the recommended motion merely asks our legal counsel to look at options and bring them back to the commission for consideration.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm certainly. Do you have anything you want to add, Nathan?
Sure, and I'm happy to review this further. I will say that Commissioner Machi is correct in stating that there is a law in West Virginia that prohibits wearing masks in public, except for with certain exceptions, I guess I would say. And that is 61-622. So there is an avenue in place at this moment for law enforcement officers to address that issue if it falls underneath that section. And I won't go into all of the details of it at this moment. I will say that it was more complicated, I guess, by the COVID issue. However, the governor issued an executive order, and it's order 7720 that implemented a mask mandate as a result of COVID. However, he more or less interpreted his executive authority and some, again, I won't go into all of the details, but he more or less interpreted his executive authority as giving him that authority. However, that was narrow. It was only to last until it was rescinded, and it was rescinded in Executive Order 2021 at the end of the, I guess I would say at the end of the COVID crisis, or when COVID declined. So there is, in effect already, a state law, as I said, that prohibits mask wearing. It's a little bit of a complicated scenario as to under what circumstances people might try to wear masks. And I'm happy to look into it to see if we have any ability to create any ordinances or anything. However, as you know, we're a Dillon's Rule state, so we would have to have some sort of enabling authority to create an ordinance. And, but I will take a look at that if the commission so directs.
All right, you want to do the motion?
Yeah, may I ask, when would be a reasonable timeline? Our next meeting is the 19th of September. After that, I don't have the date handy, but do you have a sense of roughly when?
Like how much time you would need?
Well, why don't we go to the meeting after that, because I have a number of, there's a number of planning and zoning issues coming up.
I move to direct counsel to research legal options for prohibiting the wearing of masks during political protests and report back to the commission meeting during the meeting, report back to the commission during the meeting on October 3rd of this year.
Second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving on to agenda item number 13, Mr. Allen, Director of Jefferson County Homeland Security.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be back and amongst the working. Yes, I'm here to appear before you today, of course, to formalize one of our requirements for the receiving reimbursement for the Emergency Management Performance Grant. And the one in particular that I'm before you today for is 2022. As you know, the federal government and the state government work rather slowly in getting reimbursements for some of these grants, the federal emergency management grants. So I'm happy to be before you today to ask you to authorize the president of the commission to sign under the subgrantee authorized official, as well as the certifications regarding lobbying, debarment, suspension, and other responsibility matters. There's a couple of documents. And as well as that, there's also some additional what they call program accountability, a document that conditions and assurances that by you signing the grant award agreement, it also covers that one as well. So we do have the formalization of this so that we can get money back into the county's budget.
This is an easy motion to approve. This is the easiest thing to approve all day, you know? Usually we're spending money, receiving money, that's one. So I'll be happy to move to approve the 2022 Emergency Management Performance Grant Award document for reimbursement in the amount of $62,342.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
All right, if I may approach to get your
Absolutely.
signature.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the work you do to keep us safe in this community.
We try.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Definitely.
Just two of them?
Yeah, just got one on the back. The other one is the one that I signed. We need copies of that for you all. Can I scan it and bring it back? Okay, I will do that.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Steve. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14, Roger Goodwin. And on this agenda item, I am going to have to recuse myself. Vice President Tab will continue with the meeting.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
We are seeking a partial release of $244,451 from the construction bond for Wall Street Partners, WB1 LLC, Dollar General Harper's Ferry, Planning Commission file number 22-14-SP. This project is located on the west side of Shepherdstown Pike, Route 230, just north of its intersection with Halltown Road, Route 340/12. Work remaining to be completed, but is not limited to the following: erosion and sediment control, grading and paving, landscaping, and miscellaneous site work.
Okay. You, the partial release has been presented to us. I'll make the motion. We can ask questions if we have any. I authorize a partial release of an irrevocable letter of credit number 5394051-44 with United Bank in the amount of $244,451 for Wall Street Partners, West Virginia 1 LLC, Dollar General, Harper's Ferry, file 22-14-SP. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. You stood in very well for Roger. Okay.
Bessie's ready to go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Bessie's got
Bessie's
stuff
getting a
to
little
do.
hungry.
Go ahead, the floor is yours, ma'am. Just for the record, you don't get between Bessie and lunch, okay?
I have some state budget revisions to go over, and I'd like to make it for the record. Page 2 was, I erroneously omitted that from the packet. So I do have a copy, and I'll ask Jess to, I guess, revise the packet for the public's transparency. I gave those agenda requests to you this morning, at the table. And we have one for the general fund. And this basically was our carryover from FY '24. And then we had to post where we increased the 5% COLAs and the Parks and Rec funding for their personnel, scholarship, fireworks. So all that's been put into one one budget revision. We also had the coal severance, the same thing with the carry forward for the coal severance funding. And then we have two internal budget revisions, one for the engineering department, where the budgeted amount was $57,000 and it was increased to $60,000. And Roger was going to move money from his overtime budget line item to cover that increase. I believe that one was approved on August 15th, that hiring of Brian Riston as the new plan reviewer. And then we brought Tyler Amick on board as a permanent employee, full-time employee, and we moved some money around inside of Russ's IT budget to cover that. No additional monies coming from the commission or from the taxpayers. These were internal budget revisions.
All right. I'll move to approve the state budget revision as presented.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just have a related question. We had talked about having a report on the last budget cycle. I understand we might have an outside firm providing that. Could you
So
comment on that, please?
you'll see later in the agenda that I am, with your approval, losing Bessie to another department. So I asked the CPA firm, as this firm that has been with us throughout this whole time, because they have done our bookkeeping for several fiscal years now, to review that. And they gave me a draft, and we're in the process of reviewing that draft and should have it on the next agenda.
Oh, great. Awesome. Well, that part of it, great. Not Bessie moving. We're sorry to hear that, but we'll talk about that in just a second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. I'd like to go ahead and move a motion for the internal budget revision as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. All right, and then the review of the selection of medical dental.
For the ESA department.
Okay,
They were on a renewal of October 1.
okay.
We did the renewals for the other county departments for July 1st. There was an increase of 11% for their health insurance. All of the other insurances remain the same with no increases. Our broker, Millennium, they were able to negotiate it down from 14% down to 11%. We did budget a 9% during the budget process. If you look at the fiscal notes provided for that, the additional increase for this year will be $112,000 for that staff. I am proposing that the county commission, that I don't want to say eat because that's not the proper term. I want to say that the county commission absorb, thank you. Thank you, Steve. Absorb that additional cost this year. As we know, ESA is the first time coming on board with as a department. This year is going to be a very stressful year. It's a baby year. We're developing that department as a county department. Moving forward, we did that for the other county departments, and we absorbed those costs in July for them as well. And I have the spreadsheet attached as to what we're currently paying and what the county would absorb for that.
All
We
right.
did budget. I do want to make a note that we did budget 2.9 million for the insurance benefits. And it looks like based on current enrollments for the county employees and the ESA employees, we're going to spend about 2.7 million. So we're still 200,000 under budget
All right.
for that.
Oh, good deal.
That's good to know.
So
Yeah.
Good deal. Always good to be conservative. All right, I'll be happy to move a motion to approve the FY '25 benefit selection to include medical, dental, vision, life insurance as presented for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0. Yes, ma'am.
Signature.
I'm trying as fast as I can because I know you're hungry. Look at that. Oh, I think I missed one. Got it? All right, you know how to get over this. All right. That's fine. Don't take my jet. All right. All right, we're gonna move on to agenda item number 16, Jessica James.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before I get started, I will say that number 6 on my items is postponed. It'll be presented during the next meeting on the 19th. But the first item that I have is recognition of Commissioner Jane Tabb. She was selected as a winner of one of the 2024 Legacy of Women Awards, which are held by the West Virginia Women's Commission. Ms. Tabb is the recipient of the Mildred Mitchell Bateman Government and Public Service Award for her years of service on the Jefferson County Commission, and also for being a champion for the protection and preservation of farmland in Jefferson County. No action required for this. I just wanted to highlight Ms. Tabb for the award, and we're very proud of her. I know that this was done in concert with the current county administrator and a few of the administrators from the past. So we appreciate their help, and I think Ms. Benitez also has some words.
Well, we're sad to lose you as a commissioner because you read the packets very well, ask the community. And so I reached out to Stephanie Grove, John Nissel, and MK to see if they would be interested in helping me with some bullet points. They each said within moments that they would each individually write letters of support. And so to have the last 4 county administrators all write letters of support, this was an easy sell. And so I would just want to thank you for being an example of what professionalism looks like in Jefferson County. And in a year that's been a little rough for Jefferson County, to be able to win an award for government and public service is, I think, something that you brought a shining light to Jefferson County. So thank you very much.
I was very honored to receive this award, completely unexpected. And it was also awesome to meet all the other women who received their individual awards. I met some just wonderful women in West Virginia. And, you know, some people only had to travel half an hour to get to their event. I had to travel 6 each way, and I had just been at Jackson's Mill 2 days before. But anyway, it was well worth it. Awesome, awesome. I just can't say that enough. I met some very interesting people, and a lot of good things are happening in West Virginia. We just don't always hear about the good stuff. So I appreciate your recognition.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
you. All right. Okay, the next item is the appointment of a zoning administrator for the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning. Due to Ms. Beaulieu's resignation, we have a vacancy for zoning administrator, which is currently being advertised. It's not been filled yet. I believe it expired, or the 3rd. The application period expired the 3rd, but per state code, under 8A, we need to appoint a zoning administrator because we do have zoning in the county. So we are asking that she be appointed as acting or interim zoning administrator effective September 13, when the position is vacated and until the position is filled. And again, this is required and it's a temporary appointment with no impact to our budget.
I move to appoint Jennifer Brockman as the acting interim zoning administrator effective September 13th, 2024, until the vacancy is filled.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Third thing, the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning has identified a successful candidate for the position of Planning and Zoning Clerk. We're requesting the approval to hire Colin Uri as the Planning and Zoning Clerk at a grade 4, 80-hour employee. A salary of $41,500 effective Monday, September 16th.
I move to approve the hire of Colin Uri, the position of planning and zoning clerk for the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning for a grade 4, 80-hour employee with a salary of $41,500 effective Monday, September 16th, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, is this the new position we added this year in the budget, or is this a filling of, no, this is filling a vacancy? Got it, okay. Either way, glad to hear it.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Now, the Emergency Services Agency has identified a successful candidate for the position of Finance and Administration Manager. We're requesting the approval of the lateral transfer of Ms. Bessie Nelson from Budget Director in the County Commission Administration Department to the position of Finance and Administration Manager at a grade 6 and maintaining her current salary of $79,380 effective Friday, September 6th. Ms. Nelson will also continue to act as budget director until a suitable replacement has been found. So we really appreciate all of her service that she has provided for us. I know I'll miss her in the Hunter House, and she's been a tremendous help, not only to me, but to everybody in the county. So although we're sad to lose her from our building, we're thrilled to have her remain with the county.
Yeah, my only question, and I assume this would not even be contemplated, that you do, ESA has enough money in their budget. I know it's all county budget now, but the money's there for this lateral transfer to come from.
The additional funds will come out of the unencumbered agency.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. Yeah.
All right. As sad as this is probably one of the saddest motions I'll make, but I'm going to do it anyway. Thank you, Bessie, for everything you did for us, and you got us through a really tough budget year. But I will love to move to approve the lateral transfer of Bessie Nelson from Budget Director and Jefferson County Commission Administration Department to Finance and Administration Manager of the Jefferson County Emergency Service Agency as a grade 6 and maintaining her current salary, $79,380, effective Friday, September 6, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Director Stein, when she walks in the door, you must address her as the award-winning Ms. Nelson. Thank you so much for all you've done. It was a really tough year.
Well, and two, I also want to reiterate my thanks for your service and professionalism during a very, very trying time for everyone. We got through the budget. You got us through the budget, as well as Ms. Benitez. And I know some days you worked 26 hours instead of 24. So I do appreciate your dedication to the job.
She will be coming to your department, Director Sana, with a warning label with high, it says high energy, so be prepared. Okay, all right.
And you might
I was
have
just going to
to,
mention that. So
yeah, you might have to hide the coffee pot too. I don't even know.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you so much. And as a result, we are also asking for the approval to advertise for the position of Chief Financial Officer for the county. Ms. Benitez can speak more to that. I don't have all of the information on my agenda request form. Friday was a crazy day. We're down staff. We had interviews. So we were it was like a heroic effort to get the packet taken care of on Friday. So.
So we had, before I was here, a county administrator and a deputy county administrator as 2 standalone positions. And Bessie, can I have you walk through some of these budget numbers too? We want to come up to the table. So with that, I don't need 2 people to do the same amount of work, but I do need someone to run HR and I need a CFO. And so especially with Bessie moving over, it's an opportunity to hire a CFO, but it required finding the funds for it. So that's in part the reason why I asked that we divide and change how we do the deputy county administrator position. So we've hired we've promoted one of the directors to act as the deputy administrator. You'll see further down the agenda that I'm trying to hire a head of HR. And then in dividing that, we have, I think it's $120,000 for the CFO position.
We'll have $59,000 left over out of the deputy county administrator position, and then you add my current salary that's already budgeted in 401 together. So that is accurate.
And so there'll be 120. So then I don't have to hire just a budget director. We're able to step it up to the CFO position, which that grade 8 taps out at 124. And so there's 120. And so without asking for any additional funds, we'd be able to hire a CFO.
Awesome.
One thing, just a correction that needs to be made on the paperwork, the position summary and so forth for the chief financial officer. Under the position title, it says Chief Human Resources Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
So
It's
just,
corrected already.
yeah,
on our
I just
paperwork.
wanted to make sure we don't get, applicants that are somewhat confused. So,
All right, I'll move to approve the advertisement of the position of County Chief Financial Officer.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, we touched on this already in a more personal way, but generally speaking, it's not fair to our staff to ask them to do all this work without having a CFO in place. We need to have somebody in place. There's a lot of reasons why we haven't had somebody in place for a long period of time that I don't want to get into right now because we're all in a good mood. Grade 8, if that's the salary range, we need to get the right person in there. We'll follow you, Eddie, as we try and hire this person to fill this desperately needed role. I support the motion.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you all.
All right. We're gonna, Nathan, do you have stuff that you can, I tell you what, Eddie has to be out here at 1. We're just gonna skip over you. You're used to that, right?
I'm used to it. Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
All right, just in case. So we're gonna move to agenda number 8, agenda item 18, County Administrator Report.
Excuse me, I just want to note that there's another bullet point on the items that were under number 16,
She said that would be moved.
that you're going to move that. Is that what you
the
said? The
next
lump
meeting.
sum payments? I'm sorry. Yeah. Didn't record up here.
That's all right.
Excuse me.
All right. So up first, with ESA, they have a ESA mental health fund. The clerk has requested, and they have a policy for that, which is policy 1907 called the mental health fund. And it's included also in the county budget to fund the mental health fund. But the clerk is requesting that the commission adopt the policy so that she can process the payment. In speaking with Nathan, I recommended that we make a clarification that the JCESA policies were adopted with the ordinance that created JCESA. And so I have a suggested motion there to do that.
Okay. I'll move a motion to clarify that the county commission was aware that the JCESA had numerous employment and operational policies in effect at the time of the transition, and JCESA policies were adopted by the county commission on May 15th, 2023 as part of the JCESA's transition to a county department.
Commissioner, could I just correct that to say it was May 18th, I believe, that the actual signature.
May 18th, okay, is that
was
clarified?
received.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Okay, it says 15th. I'll amend my motion to say May 18th. All right, thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the policies that were just mentioned, have those been reviewed by the staff?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and is there any outstanding issue with any of the policies?
I would just say that the whole concept of melding the ESA into a department came with it a group of policies that ESA operated under and that have to be melded into the county system. Some of them are just different because, those folks work different shifts and there's just different kinds of things that emergency services people do than our regular employees do. And so I think that's still a transition work in progress. A lot of it has been done, but I think we're still finalizing a couple of those policies to make them work better with our system.
Okay. All right. That's in progress, it sounds.
Yeah, would you agree with that? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Next up was the fire service RFP. The commission had requested that I put out an RFP for this. The closing date was August 30th, which was after the agenda date. So I have those, and those will be on the next agenda. Up next, we have 2 event announcements. One is Jennifer Verdugo, who was in here earlier. She's our social services coordinator, and she's going to be hosting a workshop on using AI to apply for grants. The date is September 24th, 10 a.m. to noon in this room. You'll see alerts go out for these as we get closer to the dates. The next is the commission asked me at the last meeting to create a Bloomery Road work group. And this was with regard to trash, illegal parking, and illegal camping along Bloomery Road. And so I worked with Parks and Rec and with the sheriff's office to have them set up the work group. They're going to be hosting it September 24th at 1 p.m. in the same meeting room.
And that'll be posted too publicly. I've already had questions. so,
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's why it's here, because of our great ability to host meetings.
Right.
I'm a little upset at our IT department right now, not our IT department, but our web hosting software. So up next is the opioid settlement funds. At the August 15th meeting, which was also the last meeting, the commission directed me to solicit applications to receive, for those interested in receiving funds as part of the opioid settlement. And this is not just any grant funds. They have to be very specific. So I included the MOU, and the grant application also asks applicants to reference the sections of the MOU that are relevant for their application. I put the deadline of November 1st for that because the current funds are invested until the middle of November. And so we can't allocate them before then. But if you want to start making decisions, we can still make decisions earlier and allocate them, but I'd need to update the public.
I think I wouldn't mind having it, moving it up a month so we can go ahead and have a meeting and receive more information. So when November 15th comes around, when they're ready, we could probably go ahead and release some money. If everybody's in agreement with that, I don't know.
The feedback I'm getting is we need to
Move, yeah, that's what I thought too. I like to move a motion in to move that back to October 1st to receive recommendations for the fund, I guess.
And so those are for the application deadline.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Mhm.
All right.
The motion, yeah, second.
All right,
I don't know if we need a motion.
yeah. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. And you skipped over number 5. Sorry. Impact fee.
Oh, impact fees. So, sorry about that. I didn't include that in my memo. The impact fees are moving. They'd like to do a workshop. So we would like a motion to set that date of the workshop. And the new date, we had to move back just a teeny bit, is September 26th at 10 a.m.
Well, when will we have the report from the consultant?
At the next, well, so you'll have it at the workshop, and that's an opportunity to discuss with the consultant how they came up with these numbers, why these numbers, and then you would vote on it. My anticipation would be the next meeting.
Right, okay, all right. that's
So,
good.
so at 10 a.m. on the 26th is impact fee workshop meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
We've already voted on that, right?
No, sir.
We have not.
All right, well, I'll move that we have a county commission meeting on September 26th, at 10 a.m. Concerning impact fees and with the consultant that prepared the report.
A point of information, it's a workshop or a meeting?
I was gonna say, is it a county commission meeting or a workshop?
Workshop.
Workshop, yeah,
Okay. just wanna make
Yes,
sure.
sorry,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right.
but it's still a public meeting, that's what.
Yeah,
I was
we
pointing
still
out.
have to notify it by Public Meetings Act. Absolutely. I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next is my hope that we establish an Office of Human Resources, which is
would be located in Department 401, which is my department. There's no budgetary impact, but this would allow people from outside of the county to know where to go when they're looking for employment, or those within the county to know where to go if they have any human resource concerns.
We desperately need that. Can't run a staff of 300 plus without an HR department. I
Right.
agree. Difficult. And
Yeah.
my understanding is that this is being handled on an ad hoc basis through the executive's office, which is too burdensome and is not appropriately delegated. So we need to fix that problem.
So I have a suggested motion there on page 4 of the memo, which is a motion to create the Office of Human Resources in Department 401 County Commission.
There we go. I had to scroll fine. I moved to create the Office of Human Resources, and Department 401 in the County Commission.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
So then the next is my request that we promote Jessica James to the Chief Human Resource Officer. She's been operating with human resources as half of her tasking for several years now. And since I've come on board, I've asked her to do a number of other things. In fact, at the beginning of the meeting, I just jotted down some of those. And that includes promotions, demotions, hirings, terminations, employee improvement plans, investigations, career fairs, community events, writing position descriptions, recruiting, retention efforts. And in fact, she has spearheaded 2 huge things that the county has taken on in the last just 5 months. And that includes the Job Corps agreement that we recently signed and tuition reduction agreements with both Shepherd and APU. Along those, we have 2 directors that are currently enrolled in getting their bachelor's degrees through Shepherd. So this is already having outstanding impacts just for the county right now. So it's my request that you promote Jessica James as a Chief Human Resource Officer / Assistant Deputy County Administrator at a grade 8, which is a salary of $80,197 effective September 6, 2024.
So moved, except I'd like to change it to 80,179. I think you transposed a couple numbers there, but.
Thank you,
so
sir.
moved. Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll second that.
And just for my understanding, this is budget totally overall budget neutral because of the rearrangements of what's happening within the office.
Yeah, so especially because people can tune in here now and not understand what that is we eliminated a position and reorganized the salary for that position to be able to fund a Chief Human Resource Officer.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And number 9?
That's for executive session.
Okay. Nathan, do you have anything in open session?
I do. Are you planning to be in that executive session
Let's,
and you still need to leave?
yes.
So maybe we should,
When we go into executive session, if you have something
Yeah.
moving in executive session, I'll move a motion. We'll go into executive session. We'll come back, take out.
so my point number 1, I have to give you some legal advice. You're probably going to have to make a decision with an open session, but I have to give you some legal advice on point number 1 and then whatever Ms. Leah has.
Okay, I'll move, we go into executive session to receive legal advice on 17.1 and 18.9.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
That's okay. I understand those chairs are not real good. We're back live, correct? Okay, I will move that we come out of executive session and return to regular session.
And I will note for the record that Commissioner Stolper was not a part of the executive session for the issue that we're going to discuss right now, and that he is not in the room at this point.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor to return to regular session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'll be making a motion under agenda item number 17, number 1. I'll move to reimburse Camel Flannery PC for legal services rendered in the amount of $11,522.50 and the defense of Steve Stolper case number 2023-C, which is titled Christie Stadig versus Stephen Stolper.
Second.
Was that a second, Mr. Upson?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Have questions or discussion?
I think it was 562. If I look at the number, you might have said 522.
Well, the cover page is $11,522.50.
Either way.
Oh, you're right. The last page says $562. All right. I will
I think we'll
amend,
be fine either way.
well, I will amend my motion for the amount to be rendered for legal services at $11,562. Everybody okay with that amended motion with the correct amount? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Jamie, could you tell Steve to come in, please? Very well. The next issue that I have is the Shepherdstown Emergency Communications Tower issue. And we have been working with the attorneys that represent Shepherdstown. This is a discussion of the desire of the state and also our county communications folks and emergency services folks to improve the ability of the emergency services to communicate in the Shepherdstown area. Apparently, there are a number of pockets there that are very difficult, and it leaves our emergency services personnel sometimes unable to communicate effectively. So this is a communications tower, and where we would basically lease a space and have the tower constructed for purposes primarily and right now exclusively to allow the emergency communications, the siren network, and various other emergency agency communications to use it. We have a lease that we have worked out with the attorney for Shepherdstown, and I have that I can show you. And for purposes of today, we would also be seeking a letter to be signed from the commission to the West Virginia Emergency Management Division, basically acknowledging that a code section in West Virginia law, West Virginia Code 15-14-7 sub E, states that the emergency management folks are exempt from the requirements and associated fees of any local ordinances of any political subdivision of the state relating to the construction of towers or other infrastructure for use by the radio network to enhance interoperable communications. So the engineers for the tower folks wanted us to just acknowledge that we understand that law exists and we agree to abide by it. Don't ask me, I don't see why they need that, but that's certainly what they wanted us to do.
So
So
they just want us to say we're going to follow the law.
that's right.
That seems like to be a common theme here today, right?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, I'll be happy to move a motion to send a letter to the West Virginia Emergency Management Center stating that we are exempt from local zoning ordinances. Yeah, help me out, Nathan. Anything else?
Very well. And then I also have the,
Hold on, we got to vote on it.
yeah,
Okay, sorry.
Good.
All right.
do your thing.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Very well. And I have that letter here for you to sign, Commissioner.
Okay.
Then we also have the drafts of the
The
lease
lease,
agreement.
do you want us to vote on the lease agreement today too, or do you want to do it?
That's would be up to you, but I do have it right here.
All right. Have you reviewed and agreed to this lease agreement?
Well, I haven't agreed to it, but we've reviewed it and worked it out with Council for Shepherds.
Got understood. Okay.
So I'll
All right.
provide that to you real quickly and then you can
Thank you.
look at that.
That's all I'm saying. That's what I was trying to. All right.
If you would like to, I mean, I suppose that if you would like to have an opportunity to further review this document, bring it back for the next meeting, I suppose you could do that. I would get you to sign this letter that I described.
Okay. This is multi-pages. What's the pleasure of the group? I feel very confident that our legal counsel has done a good job and on this. And we rely on him anyway to obviously rely on the smartest guy in the room that does this. But would you all want this to look at it further and bring it back, or just rely on Nathan touches and move it on?
I'm fine with Nathan's review. I do want to note for the public and my information too, the lease is for 99 years. So I wanted to make sure it was worthwhile, long-term lease. So that answers my primary question.
Okay. Good deal. All right, if that's the case, then not hearing any other recommendations, I'll move to accept this lease agreement as presented by council.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0.
Very well, then. I have a copy of the document here for your signature,
Okay.
Commissioner Stolper,
Okay, we'll
and a
sign that.
letter for your signature.
All right, is there anything else that needs to come before the commission today? Hearing nothing. If there are no objections, we're adjourned. Thank you. I got 5 minutes to get where I need to go. Thank you.